session, but we will be back at our normal time at 7:30. At this time, I'd like to ask everybody to rise for the flag salute. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. There's no district clerk yet. However, I will quickly take the roll call. Adam Smith is present. Julie Epstein.
Here.
Sandra Alvarez.
Here.
Ms. Bays.
Present.
Ms. Brooks is not here yet. Ms. Brooks is present. Ms. Gilliar is not present. And Ms. Melkonian.
Here.
Great, so we have 6. At this time, I'd like to make a motion to adopt tonight's agenda. That's the April 8th, 2025 agenda. Is there a second? Ms. Melkonian, all in favor? 6-0, the agenda is adopted. We have no student performance, but at this time, I would like to make a motion to recess into executive session to discuss the employment of a particular person. Do I have a second? Ms. Brooks, all in favor? 6-0, we are adjourned to executive session, and we will hopefully see everybody at our normal time of 7:30. Thank you.
It's working.
Thank you.
Here.
Emily Bays,
Present.
Deborah Brooks,
Here.
Rachel Gilliar,
Here.
Nanette Melkonian.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good evening and welcome to tonight's Board of Education meeting. Due to a lengthy executive session and a full agenda tonight, we will keep these remarks brief. We remain focused on the 25-26 budget, with its adoption scheduled for our next meeting on April 22nd. As of now, the state budget has not been approved, and the most recent extender expired yesterday. From everything we're hearing, which you can all hear in the news as well, education funding does not appear to be the source of the delay, which is encouraging. However, we continue to closely monitor the situation, and there have been no significant updates on that front since our last meeting. As a result, there will not be a formal budget presentation tonight. Instead, we will be having two brief conversations, one regarding class size and another about providing a status update on our board goals for the year. I do want to acknowledge that we are in receipt of about 20 or so emails from community members regarding class size, and we will be responding to those based on the result of tonight's discussion with a complete answer. We hope everyone enjoys a relaxing and restful spring break, and to those who celebrate, we wish you a happy Passover, happy Easter, and of course, happy Greek Easter. We look forward to seeing all of you at our meeting on April 22nd. With that, I will give the floor to our intern superintendent, Dr. Shields, for the superintendent's report.
Yes, I will also keep my remarks brief because I'm giving a presentation later in the program, but I did want to give you an enrollment update. We ran the enrollment report on April 2nd, and at that time we had 5,267 students, kindergarten through 12th grade. That's 37 more students than we had this time last year. That was 5,267. Thank you.
We have no assistant superintendent reports today, and we have no student updates. So with that, I'm going to give the floor to Ms. Brooks for our recognition of the evening.
Good evening. The grand awards are in from the New York State Science and Engineering Fair for the Schreiber Research Program. The NICEF level competition was completed at the New York Hall of Science on Monday, March 24th, 2025. Our 4 panelists placed in the upper tier and took home the following awards. And if you're here, please feel free to come up and get your certificate. Please join us in honoring the following Paul D. Schreiber High School students. Eunice Park, 2nd place, Biomedical and Health Sciences. Eunice here. We'll hold her certificate for her. Leah Dong, 3rd place, Biomedical and Health Sciences. Congratulations. Marshall Huron, 3rd place, Behavioral and Social Sciences. Well done. Congratulations. And I hope I pronounced the last name correctly, Tilden Baezi, honorable mention, Biomedical and Health Sciences. You're going to take this friend? Okay, thank you. Well done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Brooks, and congratulations to our recognees. Thank you very much, and we'll get that last certificate to the recipient. With that, we're going to move on to our first opportunity for the community to be heard. As always, please state your name. You are limited to 3 minutes of speaking. If you ask a question and it is appropriate for us to answer, we will try to do so at the following board meeting. And of course, please refrain from sharing personal information or any personal attacks. With that, we will go to our community comments, starting with Allie White. Okay.
Good evening. My name is Allie White, and I'm a daily parent, and I'm also the HSA co-president. At the last Board of Ed meeting, During the budget discussion, it was proposed that the pre-K counselor position, which serves 72 students, be removed and that the daily counselor assume both roles. While this may make sense on paper, in reality, adding 72 pre-K students to the daily counselor's caseload is not comparable to adding 72 additional elementary school-aged students. Our pre-K students and their families have unique needs that significantly benefit from a dedicated counselor. For many students, this is their first experience in a school, and it may be their first time in the country or this state. Approximately half of the families qualify for free and reduced lunch, and several of the families do not speak English at home, and there are some students who do not have family members who are able to write. While it may not be a mandated position, the pre-K counselor provides the necessary scaffolding to help children and their families navigate these challenges and thrive in school. The pre-K counselor helps onboard families, helping them to set their accounts on Parent Square, filling out emergency contact forms, and connecting them to the necessary district needs and resources, which benefit all the schools once the children start kindergarten. She also conducts social emotional learning lessons throughout the year, which are age appropriate and specifically tailored for the pre-K students' needs. And then at the end of the year, she helps the students stay visible when they transition to kindergarten by providing articulation and highlighting these students' strengths, their needs, their family needs, school supply support, and amongst other topics to the incoming kindergarten classes. Removing this role will change the level of support and the culture of our pre-K program and impact daily. The daily counselor leads our social emotional learning programs, which cover topics such as friendship, emotional regulation, resilience, anti-bullying, and self-esteem. If the pre-K program becomes part of her scope, it will add an additional grade to the program, which will reduce her frequency of push-in lessons and small group experiences for all grades. I understand that hard decisions must be made to achieve our budget. However, with the current proposal to
30 seconds remaining.
how do we plan to support the pre-K families in a similarly equitable way? Please review the proposed budget and see if there are any other ways to meet our financial goals while still providing our pre-K students with the necessary support they need. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize, I can't quite read the last name for this individual, but Nicole Leonard Siskanik.
Good evening. My name is Nicole Leonard Siskanik, and I have 3 children, one of whom is a rising kindergartner at Guggenheim. In line with our class size concerns, I would like to briefly call attention to residential development projects taking place on Manhasset Isle, which is in Guggenheim's elementary district. A building at 22 Sagamore Hill Drive is nearly complete. This project received several variances from the Manor Haven Board of Zoning Appeals, including a height variance for an additional 3rd story. It is our understanding that there are 16 ready-to-be-filled residential apartments at this address, each containing 2 bedrooms. In addition to these 16 apartments, just last month, the Board of Zoning Appeals approved variances for a separate development at 30 Sagamore Hill Drive, again allowing for a 3rd story. This one is for 49 residential apartments with 2 and 3 bedrooms. While it will take time for construction to begin on the larger project, the fact that the Board of Zoning Appeals is approving projects like this should concern the district. We want to encourage the district, the school board, and the residents to be part of the conversation in Manor Haven. The Board of Trustees will listen to community feedback and hold a public hearing to hear a presentation by the potential developers at 30 Sagamore Hill Drive, Red Rock Homes LLC, during the board's next meeting on Wednesday, April 23rd at 6:30. Thank you for bringing your attention to this matter, and have a good night.
Thank you. Chi Ma.
Good evening. My name is Chima, Port Washington resident, and a mother to a preschooler and Guggenheim 2nd grader. We are here to raise class size concerns at Guggenheim, Sousa, and across the entirety of the district and request that policy 4420, which addresses class size pupil-teacher ratio, be put up for review by the Board of Education trustees. The policy's class size maximums was last amended 12 years ago in 2013, and actual class sizes have been higher than what has become best practice over the years. Aligned with Port Washington Teachers Association, we proposed reduction of 2 students for Gen Ed and ICT elementary classes, putting max size at 21 students for K through 2nd and 24 students for 3rd through 5th grade. The community appreciates that Dr. Shields has acknowledged the class size concern and has taken action to effectively lower the policy maximums while planning for the upcoming school year. We also recognize the dedication Dr. Shields and the administration put towards identifying cost savings and efficiencies, which result in up to 3 new positions being proposed in the school budget. While the additional resource is in the right direction, it does not address the issue of class sizes in a direct manner, as the policy maximum is not meant to be a target. It is meant to be a guardrail. While there are different strategies to manage change, collapsing sections to alleviate crowding in certain grades isn't effective, and the problem will persist and be traded among different cohorts across different academic years. Based on current enrollment data, there is a chance that up to 6 new sections would be needed in September. Unless we make room in the budget, we will not be prepared come September. Additionally, it's important to note that the levels we are proposing are higher than what has been signed into legislation for New York City public schools. We expect the administration will continue to comb through the budget for additional cost savings and efficiencies before the proposed budget is finalized. We also request the district prepare a multi-year plan detailing what incremental funds are required to effectuate adherence to smaller class size limits and how resources can be allocated to achieve results. The plan should incorporate growth assumptions for school-aged children, some level of natural residency shift in existing homes, as well as the impact of significantly sized new developments that have been approved within the district. Taxes paid by the community are the main source for the school budget, and it's the expectation of taxpayers that all of our children will be placed in reasonably sized classrooms. So rather than introduce new programs or curricula, reducing class size is a more simple yet effective solution, which would enable our teachers to provide personalized attention, tailored instruction, and nurture the unique needs of each student. By prioritizing smaller class sizes, we can transform our education system and empower our children to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. This proposal is an investment in our
30
district's
seconds
future,
remaining.
and it allows teachers to carry out their mission as educators in an effective manner while paving the way for each child to receive quality education. Thank you.
Jessica Momani.
Thank you, Jessica Milwani, Manor Haven and Weber parent. I have a few questions about the last budget presentation. The proposed reductions and reallocations include the elimination of the pre-K counselor role. For some context, despite the role being non-mandated and well before pandemic relief funds were used to expand it, our district maintained a part-time counselor, a 0.5 FTE, dedicated to serving pre-K students and families. At the last meeting, Dr. Shields addressed the reallocation of the pre-K counselor's caseload. However, other aspects of the plan remain unclear. The role in question is not only that of a counselor dedicated to a uniquely high-need population, but also the district's designated McKinney-Vento coordinator, charged with serving the needs of our district's entire homeless student population, which is larger than many might imagine. How will the McKinney-Vento work be redistributed, and is there a cost associated with that reallocation? For instance, is a stipend or additional training required for staff who will assume those responsibilities? What other work will be impacted and in what buildings when that significant scope of work is pushed onto other plates? Along these lines, how will the administration of the pre-K program be reallocated in light of the retirement of the administrator currently charged with its oversight? And is there any cost associated with that reallocation? All area pre-K programs have a director who is on the ground in the classrooms and communicating with families every day. With the loss of both the dedicated counselor and the responsible administrator, what is the plan for maintaining both oversight and day-to-day operations without impacting program quality and delivery? The most recent proposal also featured reallocations including a strategic approach toward the makeup of ENL classes and a special education teaching position. Can the administration be more specific about what these reallocations entail and how they will impact the services and supports currently provided to our students? For example, will ENL or resource room groups on average be larger as a result of these reallocations? Which buildings will be most impacted by the changes? What can families of students currently receiving these supports expect to see and feel as a result of these reallocations next year? I recognize that our district does not have a bottomless pool of resources and that hard choices must be made in the face of competing priorities. My hope is that the board and community will be fully informed about the trade-offs before any decisions are made. Thank you.
Denise Paredes.
Good evening, Denise Paredes. I had the opportunity to listen to last month's evening board meeting, particularly the discussion around the iPad charging carts that we have for the kindergarten. And it was stated that we have them at the kindergarten and we were looking to add them to first grade and second grade, but there may be a funding shortage to add them to second grade. I would just call your attention to the fact that we do have iPad charging carts in pre-K, and that we do give our pre-K children iPads. And so my question really is why are we giving our pre-K kids iPads? I understand in 2020 we gave them the iPads because we were living in a world where we may have had to go remote at a moment's notice, but I think we can all agree that that crisis is thankfully over. So at this point, I think we really need to start thinking about educationally why we're giving our 3- and 4-year-olds iPads for their preschool experience. And in addition, if we were to stop giving the pre-K children iPads, we could take those iPad charging carts and allocate them up to the older elementary school children. The other thing is, I know we will be having a second discussion about technology in the classroom. So I would ask that if at all possible, if we can include a rationale as to why the pre-K children are getting iPads. I think that would be something the community is interested in. And that was all my points. Thanks.
Pia Ferrante.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Pia Ferrante. I'm the co-president of APSA. On tonight's agenda, the board is going to be approving the appointment of Justin Arini to the Director of Guidance, and we just wanted to formally welcome him to Port Washington, and looking forward to working with him starting July 1st.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to speak before we move on who hasn't signed in yet? Nope. Okay, great. So at this time, we are going to close community comments and move on to our first discussion item. And we don't have a formal presentation, but I do have a little intro that I'm going to read. So our first discussion topic this evening is regarding class size. Throughout the year, and more recently, we've heard from various groups advocating for both a policy change and a more significant reduction in class size maximums. At the beginning of the school year, the Budget and Facilities Committee presented the board with financial data and constraints regarding our facilities capacity to change class size and various class size reduction scenarios. At that time, the board agreed to revisit the topic during the budget season, which is now here. As we've seen, the current recommendation from the administration is not to change the class size policy itself, but rather allocate funding that would, practically speaking, ensure that all elementary classes are at least one student below the current policy maximum for the 25-26 school year. In keeping with our commitment to discuss this, I'm asking that we acknowledge the input we have received from the community and address the following question. Do we as a board want to review the current class size policy maximums beyond what has already been presented and decided to date? And we do have a number of community members that have emailed us that we do need to respond to, but we kind of need to come to this answer before I'll be in a position to make that response. So I wanted to open up the floor to any trustees. And I will just remind everybody that the feedback we've gotten from the administration is we do need to work towards smaller class sizes, but they were not recommending a policy change, but rather a funding allocation to work towards smaller class size maximums. Do you have anything you want to add, Dr. Shields, before we open the floor up to trustees?
No, I don't.
Okay. Does Ms. Brooks?
So at the beginning of this year, I had asked, is there a directive from the board to send the policy back to policy? The policy was in policy, I want to say either last year or the year before, and at that time, I made a very factual observation that if there's money, then there's the opportunity to lower class sizes. And it wouldn't matter what the maximums or the minimums were. And Dr. Shields at the time had said those are used as a guide, but we always try to work within the confines of the space and the budget. And I asked the question, would it make a difference if we changed the numbers? If we didn't have the money in the budget to keep the numbers low, would the numbers have any practical, real significance other than being used as a guide? And the answer from the administration and also Dr. Hines at the time was no. If we don't have the money, we're forced to waive the guidelines. And so my concern is that we can manipulate the numbers on the optimum and low and high side, but without the money to implement it, I'm not sure what that does for us. And we're already seeing that one FTE is being proposed to up to three. But I was thinking just definitely the first one seemed to me to be more certain. I didn't want to mislead, but yes, up to three, if we have the money. And so, working within the tax cap and with the other priorities that the administration has brought to the board, I mean, we can go back into policy and change the numbers, but I don't see the budget numbers changing. So I'm not, just practically speaking, I don't know what the benefit would be. It's almost like it would, I don't want to say a farce, but I don't know what it would accomplish without the dollars to go with it, is what I'm saying. It would be misleading. I don't want it to seem like, okay, it's going to go back in committee, we're going to lower the numbers, and then we end up waiving the class sizes. I think that's what I'm trying to say. I don't want to mislead the community.
Ms. Bates?
It is a purely, the way we operate as a board is two ways, through policy and budgetary, right? So we as a board set policy, and if we as a board were to say that we are going to set our policy to make the maximum from 26 to 24, for instance, then that's our policy. We commit to it, and the bottom line is we have to figure out the money. Last year, we chose to pierce the cap. That was one way that we tried to figure out our budgetary issues last year, right? So we could, as a Board of Education, decide to change the policy, and we could, as a Board of Education, that's the way we operate, direct, really, that we find the money. That may mean, though, a lot of other things. So, which is why, back in October, the Budget Committee, because we were hearing from a lot of community members, we've heard from our teachers that it would be great if we could lower our class size. We did increase our class size policy, which is how we operate and govern, at some point. And so we've been hearing that it would be great if we could lower it again or bring it down. And clearly, every administrator and every teacher who has spoken to us said, absolutely, it would be great if we went to the optimal numbers, which is why we have the regulations with the optimal numbers, right? So the Budget Committee did look at the monetary implications, because as Ms. Brooks said, the bottom line is this, it is monetary. We also looked at the facilities of it, and we did a presentation, and I really thought, Mr. Smith, that we would have that information in front of us today, which is what I had requested when I requested this discussion item tonight, so that all board members could remember what the conversation was. So I did not bring my paperwork together, but to my recollection, there were some buildings that could accommodate if we went down to 2 and keep the specials the way we deliver them right now. There were other buildings that could not accommodate. Other buildings that would, for instance, have to get PEP on a cart or art on a cart. I don't remember the specifics. Like I said, I was under the impression we'd have it here tonight. So that's a decision that we as a board make and we as a board commit to. And I think that's more of a philosophical discussion as a board versus, and not versus, and a monetary decision that we as a board make. And then that's how we operate. So that was really, the bottom line is this, it will cost us. And I think Dr. Shields' suggestion of adding 3 FTEs to bring it down by 1 is, in my opinion, a happy medium right now, right? Because we've been hearing about bringing it down by 2. I think by 1 is a happy medium. But I, as a board member, as an individual board member, would be very happy to sit at the table and discuss bringing it down by 2. I think that's what we should be looking towards. But I also, as an individual board member, understand that it's a monetary discussion. And so unless we figure out, unless we as a board say, we're going to pierce the cap again, then that's the type of discussions, that's on us though, not on anybody else. This is all on us. So I'm happy with the 1. I do think the comments, and it was said tonight, and I think I've said it before, there may be a time that we have to start looking at all our buildings and see the capacity, because we now have 2 buildings that we're talking about that are having issues. Manor Haven has come and gone and again. So is it time that we throw everything up in the air again? I've said this, I think, for several years. So, because if there are new developments coming, we're in trouble. At capacity-wise, I'm not talking about, money-wise. We're in trouble capacity-wise for all buildings then, and all grades. We haven't even discussed the middle school and the high school. That's another story. Okay, that was my 2 cents.
Anyone on this side want to add anything? I do, but I'll let others go first. No, you can go first, Ms. Gilliard, please. You go first.
I just want to intellectually separate that I think all the comments so far are not talking about class size per se and where we think class size should be. We're focusing on the policy and whether we think there should be a change to the policy. And I think those are 2 separate questions because obviously I think the class size should be lower. I think many of us do. The last time we talked about it last year, I think. We talked about it the year before in policy as well, and I think that was the first time we had talked about it in a very long time, 2 years ago. And at that point, the very clear preference from our then superintendent was we need flexibility. We really don't want to lower this because we don't know what will happen. And then, of course, look what happens. But I think it's a philosophical question, right? The board is governing through policy. We had the assurance from the previous superintendent that the aim was going to be for the optimum, and I think that's why the policy committee at the time was fine with leaving it as is, because nobody ever thought we were aiming for maximum. We thought we were aiming for optimum, and we were good with optimum. And I think when I say we, I think the board, the administration, the teachers, the parents, we were good with optimum as our sort of upper limit. I think, I'll speak only for myself now because I don't want to put words in everybody else's mouth, but I was dismayed by the way the class size situation evolved last summer, but I don't know that we should make policy decisions. I think good policy decisions are made by looking at the entire perspective, not looking at one moment and trying to figure out how to control the one moment. And so this is a little bit of a philosophical conversation that has to do, I see it, as the relationship between our teachers, our administration, and the board, and how the board wants to try and influence things. And I think the board has made it very clear in these multiple conversations in the policy committee where we would like the class sizes to be. I think the administration has made clear where they would like the class sizes to be. And then, as Ms. Brooks was talking about, there's the reality and how that's going to influence things. And so if we make a change to this policy and we have a situation where we're above, it really just impacts what the conversation between the board and the administration looks like and when it takes place. But the cold, hard reality of what the outcome looks like may not be that different. So I guess I think this is, in a way, this is a silly conversation for us to be having, because really the conversation we need to be having is a budgetary conversation and a conversation about what our priorities are and where we're spending our money. And I think we are in the process of having that conversation. And I think that conversation has happened over the last several budget conversations. And so class size, to me, is a part of that picture of figuring out what we want our education to look like. And I'm not sure that a change to the policy and the amount of work it takes to change the policy is the important part of that. I think that we can all be having this open conversation about where we want it to be, completely separate from that, and be talking about how we're aiming for the optimums without changing the policy.
Were you ready to go? Oh, Ms. Epstein.
That's right. I don't want to belabor the points that were made, but I do agree with all of the points that were made and do think that changing the policy at this time is not good governance, to the point that I think it does create a guardrail for us, and then we do have the regulation that has the optimums that allows the flexibility that we need. Otherwise, we will be changing the policy every year. And that's not how we should be governing, is changing the policy. But to the point that has been made, looking at our budgetary constraints, our facility constraints, that is something. And if this board feels that this is a priority, then I think, as we did as the Budget and Facilities Committee at the beginning of this year, start to look at it. And even in fact, the recommendation that was made was, at that beginning of that meeting, was what can we do first, year one, as a budget neutral? Because even in New York City, their laws did change and nobody said you had to implement complete, right? It was a transition over time. So that's how we started this conversation, is what can we do budget neutral? What can we look to do to forecast year 2, year 3, whatever? And I want to applaud the administration because they committed this year not to budget neutral, but they did commit to forecasting and saying, let's try and bring down that number K-5 by 1, let us put some budgetary monies behind it and see what that does to us and see how that reflects. If we're good board members and we're committed that this is a priority, then I would say we should continue to follow that discussion and examine how that process worked and how at our budgetary conversations throughout the year, we continue that analysis. And I know that the emails we've received have said that, but I want to remind that was the trajectory that we were starting and that we should continue on. It doesn't end. Class size is a conversation we have every year. It will continue to be a conversation we have every year. And I hope I'm not being presumptuous, but I don't think I am. I know everyone on this board would love to have small class sizes. We'd all love to walk in, but we also have to balance that we're talking about K-5, and we have pre-K through 12 also, right? Ms. Bay's reference, we haven't even talked about the middle school or the high school in that regard. And it's not just curricular and programs we provide. We have facility upgrades we have to provide funding for. We have new playgrounds. We have roofs. We have, all of these other things that we have to balance. But I think, again, leaving good governance that gives us a target that we don't have to change every year with those optimal rates is good activities for our board members, but staying on this and continuing this conversation and making a plan to look at how we can implement or make changes or continue at least to honor what has been set forth this year with at least one
less than our, for next year's budget as well, should be prioritized for us for future boards and future meetings.
So I'm already getting a sense that the majority is not looking at, well, before, I'll go to you in a second, but I've already heard 4 people. No, Emily, I'm not quite sure I heard you, but I already kind of heard everybody else. It sounds like it's not advocating to change the policy. But do you want to do you have a different view, Ms. Alvarez?
Are you taking a vote and then that's it?
No.
Okay,
I think if we already know the path, I don't think it's necessary to keep going, but certainly everyone is entitled to speak. And
then I'm going to speak.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
thank you. I don't disagree with what's said, but because this has been a very lengthy conversation for this year as a new trustee for me. I've been to a lot of board meetings before this year. I was at Manor Haven when it was an issue at Manor Haven, so it's not unfamiliar to me. But with this year, with the discussions, the one thing that I tried to wrap my head around was, Ms. Epstein said it, Ms. Bays said it, is this is a very large district with a lot of needs. And for me, of course, I'm one who said it when it was at Manor Haven that I would like smaller class sizes. I still want smaller class sizes. But because we haven't heard in certain forums from the community in these type of forums about the needs in the secondary, doesn't mean that there are not needs in those secondary levels, right? As trustees, for me, that's all I hear about in our meetings is the needs from the secondary levels, the needs for mental health, the needs from our pre-K program. So we are appraised to all that information constantly. We just had meetings just now about constant needs. So for me, when I went into this budget season, my first budget season, I actually didn't even think it was going to be listed. I thought we were going to have to sit here and argue for lower class sizes, and I actually didn't think it was going to be in the priority list. So I really appreciated that route that the administration took. And part of what I'm learning about with the policy and budget is the policies are policies, but as you saw this past year, we went past the policy, right? So for me, when because it keeps coming up about are we prioritizing this policy? Are we prioritizing this policy? Truly, I don't feel like we need to prioritize a policy, but we need to prioritize a concept. And I think that that's actually happening. I think that the administration is prioritizing this thought of lowering this on a gradual, fiscally responsible manner. And I think that the trustees so far, what I'm hearing is that we all are prioritizing that initiative, that we are in agreement with the last budget presentation with the 1 to 3 FTEs, also knowing that it's potentially 1 to 3, because on the secondary level, there was a guidance counselor recommended on where it will end up this summer. So I know it's been constantly said about prioritizing this policy, but I don't need to prioritize a policy if I know that we are really prioritizing this initiative, because as a trustee, I just saw this summer that a policy was listed and we went beyond that policy. So I rather do what are we doing in practice is more important for me. And right now in practice, we've heard the community, we asked the administration reviewed, and it's been constant. This is not just this year, but I think we are prioritizing it, and I think we're prioritizing it in a fiscally responsible way. There are other needs that I'm not so happy about in that budget presentation. I am not happy that the pre-K guidance counselor is going to get removed from pre-K. But I understand the budget constraints. We're just 1 year out from last year where I heard you guys say 15 FTEs were going to be cut if we didn't pass the tax cap, right? So 15 FTEs. Now we're talking about adding FTEs. I see a process going for the next couple of years, and I hope that the administration continues to go this route in a responsible way. We just heard from the community, which is not a surprise, that the building developments, we might have a much different discussion next year about
building, actual construction. So let alone the size of the existing classroom, to make sure that we don't pass the current policy. So for me, I feel like we are being responsible. I think we are prioritizing it. I was in agreement the last presentation with Dr. Shields' recommendation of reviewing the summer numbers, truly reviewing the numbers in the summer, not now because there are no numbers right now, but in the summer of where everything lands, and trying to find a way for the entire district, not one building, not two buildings, the entire district reviewing those numbers. So I don't need to review a policy more than it's been reviewed. I'd like to continue the practice of actually implementing the change needed in a fiscally responsible way.
Okay. Ms. Melkonian, you're the only one left.
I think she nailed it.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Okay. So I'm going to close this then, because it sounds like we are all supportive of the administration continuing to seek to minimize the class sizes equitably across the district, as you've been doing. I know last year was a little bit of an anomaly because of piercing the tax cap, and I think, you know, class size not being a priority, but clearly we're going to go back to what we've done the last few years, where we've always added FTEs strategically to target, to remove. My first 2 years on the board, we didn't last year. We're doing it again this year, and I think that's just what we have to continue doing. So let's, say again? Do you have to? Okay, go ahead, Ms. Gilliard, and then we're going to close it.
I just want to clarify, because I only heard Ms. Bays say a number, and so I just want to make sure that it's not interpreted as where we all are. I know the Budget Committee talked about this balance and lowering it by 1. That's not really where I'm at. I think, okay. The administration, I think, is constantly crunching this, and part of the reason that I am not as concerned about changing the policy is because I see a very different trajectory happening this year, and so I don't see us needing to step in and interfere. But I think that it's very clear that our class sizes can't be where they are, and I'd like us to be getting down to optimums, not just shaving off 1, but I know we're not at the maximum everywhere either, right? It's not that we have to shave 1 off of every cohort.
No, I think everyone
right?
understands that it's only going to take us a maximum of 3 FTEs to get to this -1 level. So we're not talking.
But I think we have different problems in different places.
Sure.
For me, I don't think the directive is we want to be 1 off the maximum. I think we want to be shooting for optimum, but I think that that's what our teachers want. I think that's what our administration wants too. I think.
Well, I don't think we're giving a directive. I think we're supportive of the approach the administration is taking. And I think that's where we should leave it, that the board is not giving a directive at this time, right? We haven't voted on a directive.
I think we're not, I agree with you. I think we're not giving a directive, but I think the conversation this year is very different than what the conversation is last year. And I think there are some of us who would have handled deferring differently if we knew how things were going to turn out. But I see a very detailed analytical look being done by the administration, and a weighing of where the priorities are and where we can have the most impact. And I think also an understanding that elementary class size really, really matters, and that we have to look at it regardless of what the numbers on the policy say.
Just to be clear, and turn your mic off. Just to be clear, the Budget Committee didn't advocate for -1. What the Budget Committee did is ask for an analysis of how much would it cost if we went down by 1 student, made the maximums down by 1. What would it cost if we went to maximums by 2? And what would it cost to go to the New York City numbers? So we did an analysis. We all have it somewhere. That talked about that, and then what happens to our facilities? Can these buildings that we currently have, can they handle going to the New York City levels or going to -2? So we don't advocate for anything. We just asked for the monetary description of what it would cost, okay?
Thank you for that. I didn't mean to give your analysis short shrift.
Okay, so Dr. Shields, at this time, we're continuing along the same path, and we look forward to smaller class sizes next year in the places where they need to be smaller. With that, we will move on to our second discussion item of the night, which is an update on BOE district goals. As everybody recalls, we approved goals at the start of the year with the previous superintendent. And tonight, we are going to be getting an update on where you have been able to continue some of that effort.
Absolutely. So yes, good evening, everyone, and thank you for this opportunity to give you an update on the role that I've been in over the last 4 months. So just as a reminder, on Monday, November 25th, I began in the role as acting superintendent, and 3 weeks later transitioned into the role of interim superintendent. And at the board meeting on December 17th, my first one in the role, I shared with you that I would focus on 3 objectives. I'd provide a smooth transition while the board determines who will be the next superintendent. I'd work with the staff to accomplish the Board of Education's goals. And thirdly, I would lead a budget development process for the next school year's budget. I remain focused on those 3 objectives, and I expect that tonight you'll get greater insights in how that's been happening. So in order to provide a smooth transition for the district, I was given permission to hire Rosemary Coletti Martin to fill in as the Assistant Superintendent for Human Resources and Leadership Development. She joined the cabinet on January 2nd, and she's been a great addition to the administrative team. This has allowed me to focus on this new role. So tonight's presentation will be broken into 4 parts: developing key relationships, conducting an organizational review, the Board of Education's goal update, and looking ahead at opportunities for growth. So in order to be successful as the interim superintendent, I turned my attention to strengthening and expanding my relationships with key stakeholders throughout Port Washington. Let me begin with the Board of Education. For those of you who don't know, I meet weekly with the officers, provide weekly updates on happenings to the district that are happening in the district to the full board. And as you can see in the upper left-hand corner, the board and I also meet with students and principals to learn about the students' perspectives on their learning experiences. The cabinet and I also meet routinely with focus groups of students in our schools, and we ask them a variety of questions about issues that we're curious about. The bottom right picture is us at Salem with some 5th graders. And I've also been visiting classrooms as a guest reader. You can see in the middle, that's me at Ms. Rex's classroom at Manor Haven. I also have the opportunity to observe teachers and see students firsthand. The central office cabinet meets at least weekly, and we also have meetings with all administrators twice a month. In the bottom left, you'll see several of us at the Hearts Gala. As the head of human resources, I've always worked closely with the association leaders, and as the interim superintendent, I continue to do so. I've met with each of the parent leaders for all of our schools and parent groups such as SEPTA and Agate. The parent council presidents and I meet monthly, and we discuss district-wide initiatives. You see us here together in the top middle picture at their toy drive, and they recently hosted a clothing drive. It's important to be aware, in my role, of what each parent leadership group is focused on as their priorities. And finally, in this area, developing relationship with civic leaders has been an area for me to grow. You see me in the upper right-hand corner meeting with State Senator Jack Martins. He's just one example of an elected official that represents Port Washington. I've also been able to connect with Mary Ann Del Monte, Jen DeSena, Daniel Norber, and the local mayors here on our peninsula. I've also been reinforcing relationships with local police, fire, and community groups, such as the Ed Foundation, Hearts, and our community chest. So while I have been in the district for 24 years, I've now shifted my perspective to make sure I have a deeper understanding of what is critical to the success of each department within our district. I began this process by asking Brian Graham to give me a tour of all 8 buildings. Not because I didn't know the buildings, but because I wanted to see the facilities through his eyes. This even included driving through the Guggenheim Preserve, which I hadn't done before, and also getting to see up close our gatehouse that is right outside the Sands Point Preserve. Brian is critical to allocating financial and human resources to maintaining and upgrading our facilities. I'm going to work closely with each of the heads of the departments to make sure I understand and support initiatives district-wide. I'm not going to touch on all these departments, but let me share some examples. For example, the budget development process has been included, spending time with Kathy and our business office team to promote a proposed new budget and present it to the community. The curriculum, instruction, and professional development are critical to meeting the needs of our students. So I've been working with Dr. Feeney to support the multiple initiatives he is implementing with our teachers. I was on the team recently that evaluated the transportation RFPs to determine what was critical to a successful contract with a bus company. And lastly, in this area, PR and communication is so important for our district and the community as a whole. I work daily with Shannon Volin to enhance the various forms of communication to our constituents. In addition to our website being an important source of information, social media must represent a regular flow of insights into our daily work with students. We also have routine contact with news outlets, and central coordination is paramount. So over the next 3 slides, I'll update you on the progress the administration has made towards the goals established with Dr. Hines in the beginning of the school year. For the audience, goal number 1 is striving for excellence. We have accomplished the implementation of the iReady math program in grades K through 6. The board has approved a new professional development plan, and we recently published a new quarterly translatable newsletter called the Port Spotlight. PGCD has approved a new RTI plan. I understand I should be receiving it shortly, and we're moving towards the implementation of it. The Wendell feasibility study, which was approved by the board, is underway, and it will complement a district-wide transportation plan that you'll hear more about towards the end of the year. Reimagining middle-level education is an initiative that has been explored from the student's perspective in grades 5 through 8, the teacher's perspective currently in grades 5 and 6, and the parent's perspective K through 12. A set of recommendations will be presented this spring, but I wanted to give you some insight into the steps that have already been taken. We have 5th grade teachers visiting 6th grade teachers at Weber, and vice versa. The goal here is to educate our teachers on the differences that they can provide the smoothest transition for our students. Ms. Javelin, the middle school principal, has also been leading meetings with 6th grade teachers on such topics as homework, scheduling of tests and quizzes, and the impact of grades on kids. All 5 elementary schools are providing a departmentalization experience in the end of 5th grade. The elementary principals are creating opportunities for recent graduates that are in 6th grade to speak with 5th graders about their Weber transition. All parents recently received a thought exchange on the key components that they feel are necessary in a successful middle school experience. We're going to take that feedback from the parents and use it to conduct focus groups with parents over the next few months. Goal number 2 is continuing to strengthen our positive school culture and the climate for students and staff. The importance of cultural competencies in our schools over the pre-K to 12 experience are critical for our students to feel seen and heard. We have a PGCD subcommittee that is tasked with this initiative. In addition, Dr. Pernick in central office has been working with outside organizations to implement programming in our elementary, middle, and high school on anti-Semitism, and this has been outlined on the curriculum portion of our website in detail. Principals have been working with students and staff to increase the sense of belonging. Students and staff completed a survey in February through Thought Exchange, and we look forward to sharing those results with you this spring. Last year, or just like last year, I should say, our principals will be creating end-of-year reports which will integrate and assess our 5th, 8th, and 12th grade portraits of a graduate. So goal number 3 focuses on strengthening and improving communication with parents, guardians, and the community. The district has implemented the new communication platform, Parent Square, and we receive metrics on its usage every week. This platform has been described to me as a game changer. We will use the data from this year to enhance the communication between teachers and parents for next year. We've also established an alumni engagement survey to try and communicate with graduates who are passionate about our schools and would like to be more connected. The onboarding process for our new enrollees has been streamlined through an online process. Our PR administrator will create a digital onboarding guide that will be a resource for new families. And finally, we're going to be creating a volunteer resource guide made up of community members that can be an asset to students and staff. So as we continue to be guided by our vision and mission, we are a district and community that believes in the potential of every learner. You see images of students excelling in the classroom, in the arts, and through athletics. We aspire to give every student the opportunity to pursue and explore their natural curiosities and to be challenged and supported with varied experiences that lead them to becoming fulfilled, lifelong learners. I hope that sounds familiar to you. That's from our vision statement. You see an image of our Weber Science Olympiad team that finished 17th at States this past weekend. We need to continue to improve experiences for students. Continue to provide experiences to students to explore and find their own passions. As stated in our mission, our students need to be engaged with rigorous curriculum. That focuses on process, growth, and learning in order to be college and career ready. In order to become fulfilled lifelong learners, all Port Washington graduates will acquire social and emotional intelligence and develop and value life skills, life balance, and physical well-being. In the upper left-hand corner, we have students participating in a ruler activity at Sousa. In the upper right-hand corner, we have students who have signed their letters of commitment to participate in college sports. It's important that we create an environment for students to be socially, emotionally, and physically strong. Staying focused on our vision and mission is so important as we look to build our schools for the future. The board has asked me to not only work on our current goals, but also to look to the future. I worked with the cabinet to define opportunities for growth. How can we make a great school district even greater? We've put these opportunities, and I call them opportunities purposefully, into 5 categories: facilities, curriculum, student supports, operations, and community. I will work from left to right. So Mr. Graham has a long-range capital plan that goes out for 7 years, and we need to stay focused on our long-term facility needs. You heard them mentioned earlier before. We're growing our bus fleet each year, and it is saving us money as we do that. At some point, we need to consider having a transportation facility. We also need to think about our learning spaces that we currently have flexibly and evolve with our students' needs. This may involve furniture and equipment, but it also may involve changing spaces for new purposes. So in the area of curriculum, we need to implement a consistent K-5 reading program, enhance our humanities offerings, and continue to explore how we can integrate AI into instructional practices. The concept of differentiating for all students should be achievable, and we need to support our staff in doing so. As we look to student supports, we must examine the disproportionality of classification rates by the CSE and expand progress monitoring and data use for our ENL students. With the support of our new Director of Guidance, I'd like to review the curriculum, pre-K to 12. My hope is that our counselors and our psychologists can spend more time supporting larger numbers of students through instruction on emotional well-being. From our operations standpoint, we need to expand cross-training of staff to improve management day-to-day. Embrace the growing presence of data with help from our technology department, and identify new revenue sources to support the district's needs going forward. We've started to explore the role of a grant writer, but we also can grow revenues through elected officials and newly energized Viking Sports Foundation. Our community is an amazing resource, and we want them to feel connected to the learning experience. This can be done through expanding our adult education program, building a network of community experts that are willing to work with our students and staff, and expand the engagement that we have with our alumni. I see this slide as a structure and a foundation for building a new 5-year strategic plan with input from a variety of stakeholders. Before closing, I just want to say thank you to the Central Office Cabinet for their leadership and the overall support that I have felt every day from our staff. You've heard me say it before, Port Washington is an amazing community in which to raise our children. I am committed to making it even better, not just for some, but for all of our students. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Shields. That was a very informative look at what you've been doing. I think that this isn't really a discussion topic from the standpoint of that we're not trying to get anywhere, but if any trustee feels that they have something that's like an itching, clarifying question that they need to ask, we can certainly open up to the floor to do that, and then we'll move on. So go ahead, Ms. Brooks, and
This goes,
anybody else lets me know.
Yep, this goes in tandem with the question I asked last time in the budget about the curricular position that is not in the budget this year. I see the focus on the implementing a consistent K through 5 reading program. I don't see anything about consistency in the secondary level. So I'm wondering, looking ahead, and I don't know if you can say now, I'm just saying as a trustee, that I would like to see the curriculum department organized in a way where we not only address what's happening at the elementary level, but also at the secondary level. And I don't know how that gets done necessarily. I would await a recommendation maybe next year, but that's the thing that jumped out at me.
Thank you.
Can I just make
Go
one
ahead.
comment?
Yeah.
So first, Dr. Shields, I just want to acknowledge and thank you for stepping into a position and really continuing the work, because you are in a unique position, and not only have you continued the work, but I do see in the last looking ahead, you're also kind of looking to the future. So I appreciate the effort and and welcome the suggestions you've made. Question that I do have is with regarding the thought exchange for the middle level education. You said you've given it to parents. I'm wondering, is it possible that we include a thought exchange to perhaps our 8th grade students that are leaving the middle school? You know, we've kind of talked about it as a board in the past about exit interviews, right? And what could we have done better, what not. I know parents are very vocal and parents are very involved, but the truth be told, right, in 8th grade, these kids kind of stop talking to everybody. And so maybe there's an opportunity to ask our students, what would they change, what worked, what didn't work. That's just out there, because I know as a board, we were very committed to looking at the middle level education and seeing ways in which we could make it better. So That's my suggestion, question, whatnot. And really, the reason I'm speaking is I want to thank you.
I appreciate that feedback, and we'll certainly think about, where's the student voice in the process of reimagining middle level education.
Ms. Melkonian?
I'd just like to piggyback off of that idea, and perhaps I missed it. Would we do a thought exchange with our staff about the middle school and what they would recommend as well?
So they had access to the thought exchange that we just did, but we could, I hear what you're saying, we could isolate to only the voice of the staff, if, as a scenario, I think is what you're suggesting. Yep.
Okay. Great. So just on behalf of the board, I'll just echo again what I heard, which is thank you very much for stepping in and performing this role and really, running through this budget process and continuing a lot of the initiatives that were on the table in a precarious position. So we do really appreciate the work, and I think the community does as well. So with that, we're going to move on to our BOE meeting minutes. I'd like to make a motion to approve the March 17th, 2025 Budget and Facilities meeting minutes and the March 25th, 2025 BOE meeting minutes. I know Ms. Bays wants to second that. Sure. So all in favor? 7-0. The minutes are approved. We're going to go to committee reports now. Policy is the only committee that has met since our last meeting. But before we give the floor to Ms. Brooks for an update, I'm just going to note that our audit committee is meeting tomorrow at 9 a.m. Curriculum is meeting on the 25th of April at 9 a.m. The topic is the Schreiber High School grading policy, potential changes to that. And budget is meeting on May 5th at 9 a.m., all at the annex. So with that, I believe Ms. Brooks has an update for the policy committee.
Okay, so we were given the task to fast track the ex officio student member of the board policy. It first came into policy this past Friday. We had the NISPA version and the attorney's version. We meshed them together. They were, the draft was given to the board members to review, along with an email that I had typed up of all the things, all the little criteria we had discussed. And so that draft is on today's agenda, or tonight's agenda as a first read. Normally, I think we wouldn't put things with my questions and highlights and all this stuff on there, but because we have a legal deadline for getting this student into position by the beginning of the summer, it's coming to you in the real cut and paste kind of process. So I had sent around to the other board members the link to the working document. The document that is on board docs is the culmination of the link to that working document. And I know you had a question about that, Ms. Epstein, but I sent you the link on board docs.
Yes, the link on board docs is different than the link I was referencing.
Okay.
So I'm looking at.
So board docs was the finalized version after I waited for everybody to, no, there were no comments, so I just sent it on to copy. But at any rate, so we'll be discussing the open questions today, or this evening, and our next policy committee meeting is May 16th at 10 a.m.
It's later in policy.
sorry?
Do you want to do that now, or do you want to do it later in
Whatever
policy,
you
since
want.
you already have the floor? Does anyone object? We'll just do that now, rather than do it later
Okay,
at policy. So let's just go through that.
So, should I just go through my highlights
Please.
first and ask the questions? Okay. So, I just want to point out a couple of things. First, I tried to make it clear that the student board member or ex officio would be required at all public regular evening board meetings, because sometimes we have morning board meetings, it's during the school day, and so I just want to make sure that that clarification where I inserted the word evening is okay with everybody, as opposed to,
Yes.
and I guess if the student wants to come during the day, they can, but didn't want to make that, okay. Also, the board had indicated they wanted the student to stay until 9:30 p.m., but could be excused early. Do we want that 9:30 p.m. to stay in there?
Honestly, I don't care, but I don't think we should put a time in there.
We had discussed a time at the last meeting, so this is for the draft.
If everybody if anybody feels strongly about it, no problem, but I just feel like when we write policy that puts in time limits or makes it makes, the policy should be general, in my opinion, but whatever everybody feels.
Ms. Brooks, is there a reason you're asking it? Because I know we had discussed it at the last time we discussed this. Was there like a particular reason that you?
Yes, it came up actually in the committee meeting. Do we have to make this child stay till 9:30? And I responded, we as a committee were given a directive by the board, and we don't have, I didn't feel comfortable overriding the board, so I'm bringing that back to the
Right, and I think
board.
what Ms. Bays had advocated for last time was that, or someone, was it Ms. Was it? That, well, someone had proposed that we would, that's why we had added in that they can be excused earlier. So I think we do have the protection that they don't have to stay till 9:30 if it's appropriate. But we had kind of all landed on that we would have that, like 9:30, they can leave if they want to, but they certainly can stay the whole time.
So can I just make a suggestion instead of saying at 9:30? Because again, it just puts why can't we say that the student representative may be excused at the discretion of the president, which is what we.
That's what the NISBA template
Right,
suggested.
which is most of our policies. Like, let's not make it, because what if it's at 8:30? We say, the rest of this meeting, go home. So I think that's just more of a general statement, which is how policies should be written. They should be kind of open-ended.
So it currently reads, attend and sit with board members at all public regular evening board meetings and hearings until 9:30 PM, but may, upon notice and approval of the board president, be excused from a meeting or leave a meeting early. So you want me to, do we agree to take out the 9?
So I think that just the last time we had this conversation, the thing that we discussed and some of us were concerned about, sorry, I did raise my hand, but nobody was looking. It was the idea that unlike other policies, because I agree with the general principle on policy, absolutely, but there's a power imbalance here that's different. And we don't want to land an overachiever student in this position who then feels that they need to see it through till 11 or 12, and then asking for permission to leave is an unusual thing to do. We were trying to circumscribe what this commitment looks like for a student, right? Because I personally don't think, I think the student should be getting something out of it and we should be getting something out of it, but I don't think any student needs to be staying until 11 or midnight if we decide to have an insane meeting.
Can I? Oh, Dr. Schultz.
And the high school principal supports keeping in 9:30 because it gives the student an out. And she used those very same words, Ms. Gillier, that overachieving child might feel the need to stay with us until 1 o'clock in the morning when we have those rare experiences.
I was just going to say that Dr. Baer said that she was here at that last one, kind of mentioning a time limit. I'm in favor of listing a time. I agree that a student should just know a time and not have to sit here. Look at how we conduct business. All of us have to patiently wait to speak also and see when is a moment to speak. So for a minor to do it with a group of adults, I think is a lot. So a time should be listed, in my opinion.
So since we already did this last time, let's just leave it at 9:30 and just keep moving. Yeah, let's not rehash.
Okey doke. So then on the next page, under term, so it says about the appointment. So the ex officio student member of the board is not required to be sworn in. So there isn't a public, thing to do in terms of being sworn in and I guess filling out a card, because the card is the oath that you swear in public. So then my query was, does the board want to require the student to attend the June meeting? Because I think that we should put, we had talked about the June meeting.
So I think the discussion was we adopt them in that June meeting, and then if they were present, we would, say you're adopted, and that would kind of be their.
Yes, because we also excuse them from the July and August
Yes.
meetings further into the policy. So the question for the board is, do we want the student to be required to attend the June meeting?
I think
And
so.
mostly in July, they may even be off to camp, or who knows where they're going, so that's my question.
What's the date?
This year, I think it's
17th. This year it's the
This year, June
17th. It changes every year. Sometimes we have it earlier, sometimes we have it. It's before camp and it's,
So my only comment would be is is a very busy time for any student in high school, let alone any adult with children. So I would do a same clause that they could be excused from that by the board president if requested. That'd be my only thing, is I'm not dead set that they have to be here in June.
I don't know that we need to write this in the policy, but I think that what I'm about to say is, just like we have recognition of our students at the very beginning, we could add this under the recognition portion. They can come, be recognized, that they're sworn in, we clap, and they leave. It's not a mandatory attendance. It's just, it would really be nice to see your face of who won, because we will, instead of meeting you in September. I don't know how we would word that, but that would be my recommendation.
Well, right now it says the appointment will take place at the board's regular June meeting.
That's fine.
So I think that covers that. Let's keep moving. Yeah.
Does everybody weigh in? Who wanted to weigh in? Okay. So on the next page. So this is under the eligibility and qualifications. We did not discuss as a board how many years we wanted this student to have attended Schreiber High School. So is it for at least 1 year or 2 years or however many?
Hold up your fingers for how many years you want. Let's just be done with it.
Do we need a number of years?
I think
1 year.
the
1
NISBA
year.
was recommending at least 1 year as opposed.
Okay, so 1. We got to vote.
Okay.
Good.
Okay. Do you all agree?
Yes.
Okay. Under the election appointment section, the ex officio student board member will be duly elected by the Schreiber High School student body. So in the NISBA notes, I have 2 questions here. In the NISBA notes, the board needs to decide whether to permit incoming 9th graders to vote, because this individual will be representing those 9th graders when those, in that following school year. So that's my first question. Do we want incoming 9th graders, which means
When will the vote take place?
the vote takes place
Now, in May, right?
in May, I guess, or
So the current 9th graders would be voting? No,
She's
I'm.
saying the 8th graders.
Yeah, the 8th graders
in
have no
other
vote.
words, the
The answer is
rising,
no.
well, it's a question that
My
NISBA is
answer no.
asking.
My
So
answer is no.
it's 2 no's, 3
All right,
no's,
4 no's.
and 4 no's.
5 no's.
Okay.
Okay.
So be duly elected by the Schreiber High School student body. Now, are we going to include Schreiber seniors in that, since the Schreiber seniors will be leaving and won't have any stake in the student body at that point, because they will be wherever they are once they graduate or otherwise leave school?
I don't think it should be those seniors, because it's asking who they would like to be represented by, and they will not be represented by this student, as they will have graduated.
She's right, I agree with you.
Okay, so we're talking about the 9th grade, in that school year, the 9th graders, the 10th graders, 11th graders. I need 4 votes, 4 comments. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so does not include outgoing seniors. Okay, and then on the last page, so the ex officio student member is permitted to resign at any time via written notice to the district clerk.
Before 9:30.
So the question I asked the attorney is, how much notice really is required? And so one of the tricky parts is we're going to have an alternate, and so if there's written notice, the alternate will slip into the spot. But in other words, if we say 2 weeks written notice, 30 days written notice, 15 days, whatever it is, it's really an arbitrary number, you will have an alternate go into the spot. But if we make it so that if there's no alternate, then we have to figure out what to do, because by law, we're required to have at least 1 student. So the first question is, how much written notice do we want to make the student have?
I say 2 weeks.
Everybody okay with 2 weeks?
Yeah.
What do you plan to do if he or she does it less than 2 weeks? Nothing.
But it's a
Okay.
guideline. I
So
mean,
I'm fine with 2 weeks as well.
I mean, I know, but there have to be procedures, right? If you're going to sit on a student board, there should be some outline.
It's a
of what's the
courtesy.
next expectation, of course.
I'm just trying to understand what it's going to, for a student who's listening, who may be putting their name in this, if, God forbid, something were to occur that you need to give less than 2 weeks' notice, nothing will actually occur to you.
Of
It will
course,
happen to you.
of course.
Yeah.
I can say optimally. Okay, I'll put optimally. And then finally, the last sentence says, if this ex officio student member resigns, is removed, otherwise no longer able or willing to serve, and there is no alternate. Okay, this is the crucial part, and there is no alternate for whatever reason. Then it says, the board will decide if there is enough time to appoint another student in accordance with this policy. The problem with that is that this policy says that the election happens basically in May.
Wait, but don't we have an alternate?
I said, if there is no alternate.
Oh, we have one.
Yes, but in the event that there's no alternate, let's say the alternate.
resign?
Right, we need, but I think we contingencies.
Skip it for the rest of the
So the question then is, I asked council what council would suggest. Because let's say the resignation happens in November and the alternate drops out then in December, and now we have nobody, and technically we're out of compliance. So council suggested that the building principal would appoint a replacement for the duration of the term.
Good with me.
I think you could do that, or you could do the student council president, who's usually a senior. Isn't that true? Right? Either of those options are fine with me.
Principal, all good.
I think it's better if it's the principal, because perhaps that student council president is not really signing on for that when they become student council president, so.
Okay, so the building principal? Okay, so those were my questions for the board. Does the board have any questions for me?
No?
Thank you.
Thank you to the policy committee.
Okay, so I will make this pretty and we'll put it on for adoption.
Perfect.
And we'll be moving right along, and
So are we saying it's on for first read today effectively?
Today it's on for
Yeah,
first
right,
read.
but now that
This
even though,
was-
even with these revisions, we're gonna edit this into the first read and then we'll have it on for.
It's coming back for
Yeah,
adoption. It's
perfect.
still coming
Just
back for
clarifying. Okay, perfect.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. We are now at our consent agenda. Does anyone need to pull anything or ask for further clarification? If not, I will make a motion to approve 13.1.1 through 13.6.2A, and I see Ms. Alvarez raising for a second over there. Ms. Melkonian, all in favor? 7-0. Okay, the consent agenda is approved. Thank you to the Sousa HSA for their donation, and we would also like to recognize a few retirements today. We have Wanda Burgess at Weber, Jenny Luparello, a TA, Catherine Haviland, an EA, and Susan St. John, an EA. Thank you for your tireless dedication to our district and wishing you all well in your retirement. With that, we have policy 2245, the ex officio student member of the board, up for first read, which we have already discussed. With that, we're going to move to old business. You're right. Welcome to, what was it? I should have known this, but that was, yeah, it's okay. Dr. Ferrante already pointed it out, but we would like to also give a big welcome to Mr. Justin Arini, our new director of guidance, so I apologize for that slip in the notes. Okay. From old business, we only had one question from our last meeting, which was actually answered during the meeting. But for those present, the question is regarding the second installment of the technology presentation, and that will be, we've already announced it at our May 6th meeting. So at this time, we're going to move, Ms. Brooks.
So I had one piece of old business that I knew I wanted to bring in, and I apologize for not alerting the board. And then another piece of old business that I think is old business that occurred to me during the community comments, so it was kind of spur of the moment. Just wondering when we're going to get the iReady progress report, whether in a public session here or in curriculum committee, so just wanted to share that as a follow-up. And
Do we have an answer? It's a question.
it's a question, but I don't know if anybody's ready to give me an answer, so.
iReady.
iReady progress report.
If it's
Dr. Shields will get back to you on that one. In the future, just if you give us those in advance, we can have the
Yes.
answers. I know you said that.
It was in the
Yeah.
track, so we know it's on there. And this one literally just occurred to me as I was listening to the public comments. So the pre-K guidance position and the carts, is there a way to review, before we adopt the budget, whether the carts that are being used for the pre-K are necessary in the pre-K, or could we indeed move those over and take that budget allocation out? No, not take it out, not remove it, but use that money then. In other words, do our pre-K kids really need the carts? Do they really need to use the devices so much in pre-K that they need the charging carts there? Or can the charging carts be moved to either first or second grade? And then that money used with maybe some other money found somewhere to save the pre-K guidance position?
I think you asked, and this was answered at the last meeting, I'm almost positive, the same question. But I do think that the pre-K devices, we know we're going to hear about that, and it's been asked multiple times also by community members as recently as tonight. We'll get an update on the pedagogy of the pre-K devices in that May 6th presentation. And regarding the carts, you're talking 4 versus 20 carts, so I think it's and you know, that those could be just pushed forward to second grade when we roll that out. So that's just to contextualize what I think you're asking.
I'm just wondering, and I know there's maybe the 140,000 coming in, I'm just wondering if the pre-K guidance counselor can be saved at all. I'm asking the question, I'm not the one crunching the numbers, so I'm just asking the question again before we adopt the budget.
So I think if there's new money that we're not aware of, I think we should have that conversation about what do we want to do with that new money. And I think what you're referring to is that if the foundation aid goes up by an additional %, which is possible in the budget, the state budget I'm referring to, we could have that conversation about how we reallocate it.
So, I'm sorry, because I will not be present at the next meeting. I just want to put something out there. If we're talking $1 million extra in foundation aid, then I welcome a conversation amongst us and recommendations from you on what do we do with that money. But if we're still at the number of 140,000, which is what we were thinking we were going to get, I want to remind my fellow board members and remind everyone, we are in such uncharted water with regards to costs. There are projects out there that we don't know what is going to be the roofs, for instance, right? So I don't know what the tariffs are going to do to our roof projects, or what the price of steel is going, I don't know, we don't know. So I would caution us to be very careful with the funding that we have. So that's, and again, I'm one person, I'm just giving you my opinion. Clearly, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay.
Can I ask something? Because, sorry, Ms. Brooks, one of the questions didn't get answered. But I'm just curious to know, what is the cost of the carts that she brought up for the pre-K program? What is the funding cost? That's not is that even a cost because it's already existing?
The carts exist already. She's asking if we were to not have iPads, could those carts be moved to the first grade where we're buying carts?
What is the cost of the carts for the pre-K? Like, what are we saving with what is the dollar value?
What was the number for the carts? It was about 24,000, and there's give or take 20 carts, and we'd be getting 4 fewer, so.
Potentially 4,000.
I would ballpark it at $4,000 or $5,000. Is what you're talking about, yeah.
Okay, it was part of the question, and that was the one part not answered, so I'm just wondering.
But remember, hopefully we'll be doing that for second grade as well, the following year, so we need the carts.
We're just talking about efficiencies, budget. You know, we didn't have budget yesterday, there was nothing new. We do have budget meetings in the next couple months, and, you know, Ms. Bays said it as far as efficiencies. We don't know what costs are going to be in the next couple months, but we also don't know what funding is going to be with all of our funding sources in the next couple months. So as we look at efficiencies, I just was wondering the monetary value for.
Yeah. No, that's, my point of efficiencies also is not using the board's time to talk about $4,000 of carts on a $200 million budget. That's kind of the direction I want to push us in, is being efficient with how we use our time and the topics we talk about in the broader budget.
I mean, I think it's
Yeah.
really about, do 3 and 4-year-olds need to have their faces in iPads? And if they don't,
That's the key.
can we
Yes.
instead move these carts over? And also we get to save a little
Yeah.
money and maybe make a good decision about screen time.
That's the key. And that will hopefully be in the next presentation.
Personally, I believe that $4,000 here and $4,000 there, and soon
Yeah.
you have $100,000, but.
Okay, so that being the case, am I forgetting any other old business anyone else wants to bring up? Okay, so we're going to move to our second opportunity for.
New business, Ms. Alvarez.
Why is that not on the?
Because you have to turn the page. You have to turn the page.
Why is community comments in 15? Oh, I'm sorry, you're right, you're absolutely right. Okay, we're going to go to new business first. Ms. Alvarez, I believe you had a new business topic.
I do, speaking of funding. Okay, so I'm just going to read verbatim. So Part A of the Federal Every Student Succeeds Act of 2016, in reference to Title I funds, there's a policy required and currently being worked on for family and parent engagement. Specifically, there's a component that references the requirement to have an annual meeting on the use of funds for those specific buildings with the constituents of that building. My question is for the board. I have 2 questions in reference to the annual meeting. It's not a proposal, it's truly to know the thoughts and the process of it, and I'm open to really understanding the trustees, either if you know about this meeting or not know about this meeting, but about a board member being present at such an annual meeting. So at the annual meeting, budgetary funds and how they're used are discussed with multiple constituents. So that's part 1 of my question. Part 2 of my question is that meeting is, wait, let me just finish. Hold on 1 second, sorry. Well, now we know about the meeting, so it's not about that. It's about a trustee being present at that meeting. Should a trustee be present, or could a trustee be present at that meeting? And then the other part of it is that meeting is through some sort of selection process, but my question would be is why is such a meeting not an open invite to any guardian within that meeting be allowed to attend it?
Do we know for a fact it's not an open meeting?
I've been part of 2 of those buildings. I've never seen a single invite anywhere. I believe it's through selection process, but if someone from administration
We'll clarify
can
if there's
clarify.
actually a selection or it's an invitation.
Who handles the Title I grants? Dr. Shields, thank you.
Yeah, just give you a little insight. It comes out of Dr. Feeney's office. Currently, Dr. Pernick sends out the invitation to a variety of constituents that are invited to the meeting. As of now, there's not a board trustee invited to that meeting. And after a policy meeting, we did a little further looking into it. And if a board trustee wanted to attend that meeting, they could be invited to attend that meeting. So if you'd like to have a member invited as well, we can do that.
And you know what, and maybe
What
we'll
would be I guess we'd have to ask, what would be the objective of that trustee, and would they be bringing their own voice or the board's voice, and who would they be representing in that? We've largely tried to get trustees out of those individual meetings when it's one trustee who's going off on their own without a board objective, and because you're not really representing the board unless you're coming back and just giving a report, right? And we can have administrators come back and give those reports if it's something that we want to be reported on. So just putting out there that that's largely the last couple of years, the direction we've been moving in. Even like Ms. Bays has been big on that, of getting trustees off the safety and substance and a whole bunch of other committees that we intentionally pull trustees out of for that reason.
The reasoning for this one is because it's budgetary. So it's not necessarily procedures, it's not on initiatives, it's a budget annual meeting. It's not anything but, from what I understood from policy discussion, that is truly how are the funds going to be used. Now, if there's an agreement that a trustee should be there or shouldn't be there, on the should be there, it would be more questions about what that looks like. But before we even bother getting to that, I wanted to see what the trustees thought about that.
So can I
Part one.
Can I just add, because I think we've talked about this, right, before, and we've asked, and we got a little bit of a preliminary number at budget, actually, about how much money we get in grants, right? And it's $2 million, right? So we've also discussed in the past, and I don't remember when, what are the grants that we receive, and what do we do with them? And I believe we've been told that we really don't, meaning we as a Board of Education, we don't really have a say in where that grant money is going. That grant money is given for a specific purpose, and it's up to the district. Now, we do have oversight on the budget, so I'm trying to work through, you're asking a question, and I'm trying to work through the process of what, in fact, is our role. So I think it warrants a little bit more discussion or maybe thinking, but I don't know to what end are we sitting on a committee or going to see these presentations? Because let's say, I don't know what the purpose of us sitting there is. What I do think we should get as a Board of Education, and I think I've said it in the past, or we've talked about it in the past, is an actual report of what are the grants that we've received, what are the dollar amounts, and where have they been allocated. That I believe we should see. But going to a Title I meeting or sitting on a committee, I don't know that serves any purpose for us as a board member. And in fact, sometimes, to Mr. Smith's point about Mrs. Bays wanting to get people off committees, it sometimes taints, I've been vocal about some of those things, yes. It sometimes taints the presentation when we're in the room. So that's the only thing I would add about that. But I would love to see a report on the grants.
I'm in agreement with that. I think it would be great to see more detailed reports on the grants, and we've talked about this in the past a little bit, I think. Ms.
Yes, we have a
Brooks.
policy that
Yeah.
asks for an annual report on grants and donations, which we should see at the end of each school year. So I was going to suggest we actually ask our attorneys who should be invited, or how, what's the right thing to do to be in compliance with the law, and whether administration can select parents or say, okay, we're going to do it from Parents Council and so forth, or whether there has to be an open invitation to the community. And since it's discretionary as to whether a board member attends, I have no strong feeling other than to say, I think it's better for the administration to come back to us and say, here's what's been going on with the money. It's been successful. Here's the feedback from the parent groups, because it's really the parents who are impacted by the Title I grants for whom this meeting is the most important. That's the purpose of the family engagement, is to engage the families.
So I anticipated the potential on my first question. So really part of that would be then just the potential of the report of just knowing
We should be getting that anyway.
Getting that, yeah.
But we're not.
And then the second,
Yeah.
so then the second part of my question was the trustees' thoughts on such a meeting being an open meeting for any constituent who attends that building.
Can I ask that we table that till we get the answer from the attorney as to what's required, and then we kind of have that conversation with that full information? Because I don't think that most of us are in a position to just have that conversation in the vacuum right now.
I'm happy to table it for the attorney, but if the attorney says it's not legally required, my next question at the next meeting is going to be, what is the trustees' feelings, even though it's not legally required?
So I was just going to go where you are. So I'm okay with the policy committee asking this of the attorneys as you address this at policy, and I personally alone, if the attorneys say you can open it up and have it be an open meeting. Maybe there are people that are on the selection of the committee, but it's an open meeting for attendees. I'm fine with that. I have no qualms if it's allowed. It really doesn't bother me.
So if you guys want to handle that at
Unless
the policy level,
the
that seems fine.
administration or, I'm,
So I will reach out to council.
Perfect.
Okay. And they're looking
have
at
to
the
bring it back to
policy
the board.
anyway, so.
Okay.
And you'll make
Fantastic.
sure that I ask the right questions.
yes.
But can we just put it on our tickler that we
Yeah.
get reports?
We will for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Are we adding this to our list of reports that we're supposed to be
I
getting
think
other
yes,
than?
for
Yes,
sure.
yes.
And that's a whole separate conversation about reports and everything that we need
Correct.
to look at. Okay. So, any other new business that's not on the agenda? Okay. So now, back to what I said before, we're moving on to our second opportunity for the community to be heard. This is the second opportunity. Same instructions from earlier apply, starting with Jolene Daniello.
Hi, good evening. Tonight, several board members referred to the class size policy maximum as a guardrail. The definition of a guardrail is a protective area placed along dangerous areas, a railing that prevents people or vehicles from falling off a dangerous edge. When we say guardrail, we mean a boundary, something designed to keep you from going off track, not something we should ride along the edge of every day. We have been treating these maximums on class size, excuse me, I lost my train of thought. We have been treating these maximums not as a last resort, but as the norm for specific cohorts, and that is the problem. I appreciate Dr. Shields and the board addressing class size concerns, but reducing a fourth grade class of 26 students by one does not get them much closer to that optimum range of 16 to 22. Let me give you another way to think about it. Imagine a backpack that is labeled capacity 50 pounds. That doesn't mean you should fill it to 50 pounds every day. You can, but if you do, day after day, it wears down. The zipper strains, the seams pull, and the person carrying it gets tired faster. Over time, it breaks. Classrooms work the same way. When we treat class size maximums as the standard, we overload the system. The quality of education erodes, not because of lack of effort or care, but because the system is on constant strain. The class size maximum is a boundary, a warning sign that we're approaching that danger zone. It is so disappointing that the board has decided not to further discuss changing class size policy 4420, because history has shown that it has not been used effectively. The guardrail has historically been overused, and this was not the intent of the policy. As you review class size needs for this upcoming year, please aim to bring all grade levels to that optimum range, and not just by a reduction of one. This is a technical change, but not a meaningful one. I urge you to budget with equity in mind and make a commitment to real progress on class sizes. I do appreciate you guys talking about it. I think it's been talked about more than it has ever. So I do want to acknowledge that. But please make a commitment to making some real progress on reaching those optimum ranges. Thank you.
Lauren Towle.
Lauren Toll, Sousa parent. By many, many different measures, the maximums within our current class size policy are outdated. I don't think any trustee tonight said that it is reasonable to have 25 or 26 children in 3rd, 4th, or 5th grade, or 22 and 23 children in kindergarten, 1st, or 2nd. It's hard for me to understand how the board, knowing that these numbers aren't reasonable, decided to stand behind the policy without reducing the maximums. All this decision has done is guarantee that we will continue to have unreasonable class sizes for certain cohorts across the district. Enrollment in our district has increased significantly over the past 5 years, yet we have removed sections over this time period. By approving up to 3 FTEs, we will correct some of the outliers, but not all of the outliers. Now the administration is going to be left to pick and choose which classes will be provided with reasonable classroom settings in September, and which classes will have to spend 12 months in a classroom so crowded that students have to get out of their seats to actually see what's being taught when the teacher is using the whiteboard. Reasonable class sizes are not a wish list item. Reasonable class sizes are a necessity for an effective learning environment. I am stunned by the decision made by the board this evening. What I heard tonight is that we have decided to approve up to 3 FTEs so that we can target the new effective maximums for a handful of classrooms while providing the rest of the elementary district with reasonable class sizes. This is not sensible. It is extremely disappointing. I hope the administration can realize that more needs to be done by September before it's too late. Thank you.
Are there any additional speakers who are not signed in? That's all we had signed in. Go ahead. Mr. Tracy.
I guess you know my name, thank you. So Will Tracy, Susan Weber parent. So, I just want to reiterate just that it is disappointing that we haven't done enough to really address the classroom sizes. It's having material effect on the kids' learnings. I see it with my own child. I see it with the kids across that class. We've been very active here speaking about it the entire year. And, it's very disappointing. It's the number one priority. I think it's the number one thing that the board's responsibility is to make sure there's enough teachers in the classroom. I don't know why else we have a board. So, it's really a consideration in terms of approving the budget, voting for trustees. It's just very, very disappointing that after all this discussion and patience on our part as parents, that this is where we arrived. So I just can't really say more about that than I already have. And then I just wanted to bring up one other topic that has started to be discussed, but just technology in the classroom in general. I think it's a blessing and a curse. It's necessary or become a necessary flexible tool for teachers and administrators, especially if something happens, to keep learning going. But I can tell you, while some steps have been made to restricting content and things like that, in terms of what the kids are able to access, it's creating absolutely massive distractions for the kids, especially with them being able to have unfettered access to these devices at home. Every parent is in a constant battle with devices at home. And, when they have a laptop in their backpack, it's easy for them to just do it on the bus, do it at free time, do it, at recess if you're a middle schooler, and all they're using it for is games and looking up YouTube and things. I saw come across the Google Classroom chat and my older son's Google chat, secret game code from another student. This is what's going on during the day, and there has to be a way to control it. And really it's creating, especially for kids with distractibility problems, in which I have 2 of those kids, it's a disaster. These kids are fighting for their lives just to be able to focus during the day, and we're putting, really like giving them candy, to be able to focus and say, go ahead, focus on math, focus on reading.
30 seconds remaining.
When really it's just doing a disservice, and there's a lot more to be done about it. I don't think it's very difficult. I think it's just a reasonable set of restrictions as far as what students can access, when they can access, and quite frankly, how much should they have these outside of the school. So anyway, that's my last thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak? No? Okay. At this time, unfortunately for the board, we are going to be recessing into executive session. We will not be returning. We'll be adjourning from the other room. Our next board meeting is April 22nd. I'd like to make a motion to recess to executive session for the discussion of contractual negotiations. Do I have a second? Ms. Melkonian, all in favor? 6-1. We are recessing to executive session.